Pero с нее вот сейчас пришел. Прикольно, только сейчас. Минут 15 раз уже ну, я стараюсь, не делаю неправильно.
Он на меня смотрит и не слушает. Улыбается, не слушает. Я думала, у вас больше.
Нет, на меня стрелки переводят. Если я скажу,
Да, вот
противовес.
Идет защиты.
Да.
Скажите это.
Не знаю. Чуть на меня надеюсь. Вот что скидывать. Я и так вот шел, да. Вот он тоже такая же.
Я хочу сказать, или он
только если их попросить.
Они же поменяли. Правда. Чуть ли не на другом просадке. Давайте скажем, Максим, что заплатили. Как она называется?
Кликер? Ну, я не знаю, если успеете. Ну, просто я не знаю, если в понедельник, скорее всего, ничего не надо делать.
Могу я расскажу,
Хорошо. Если есть?
и спрошу, сколько я вам денежку оставлю.
Ну да, дайте все, тогда отдельно.
Ага.
Наличкой.
Вот так.
Good morning, sir.
Google sucks.
Oh.
Oh, here. You give me that. How are you?
Hi. With you?
I'm alive. Is this me? No. No.
Yes.
No, it's 128 gigabytes. So I'm not showing up. Oh, it is me.
Потом бывает берет, не берет.
Да, взял.
От вас берет, да, значит? История.
Right, let's go through it. Yeah. It's all there. Okay. It's about an hour's worth. Maybe an hour and a half, but no. We're not up there yet. Please. Yep, good. All right, now let me get my. Camera. No Google. No Google. Google search. No. What's the Wi-Fi for IUCA, right? Right, I'll be right back. It's embarrassing. Really. I'm just a welcome. Have you ever suffered? Serious. But he was every day. He was able to control himself from becoming into trouble. Whatever. Just look at his head. It shouldn't be because it's only an hour. The only thing I understand was that it's unfortunate. It's just I can give you size free. This is and like what I do is see the breathers like right here. I'm reading this right now. It's History of Great Religion. I read it differently back in the 60s or 70s, and now I'm reading this one. I read it. I see it. That's why. Because I can't. It's never you think? This one. Yeah, they're just apps, I don't use Google. This one's called here. It's called and I know see I use my app store here. I'm using F0, but Yeah, it's older than, older than, Play Store. And I use Aurora here on my phone. There's no Google. Yeah, well, nothing. Years. See, I don't.
And then you told me this, that you're anti-animal,
There uses. Yeah. What school did you do? School. A social shift. Not a learning. I'm gonna say, well, remind me to say that because I used to want to. It's a social change. John Dewey. I read all of it. He's a first thing he's out of the school military. Second, he is the worst of his age. Liberalism is a good thing. Modern liberalism is an aberration of what liberalism was. That is, and you have to have more trust. I don't want to trust. I believe I'm with
Василий.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm Valenka. I'm Vice President for Academic Affairs. Maybe not looking like one in the morning of Saturday, but here I am with maybe not the perfect hair. I welcome here. I see some familiar faces. I see some teachers from IUCA, from HTC. I see students. I see bachelor's and master's students. And also I see some unfamiliar faces. And I'm really glad that we opened this event to the public. And we have some representatives from the schools. And what to say? Well, I think, I'm sure it will be a great event. But last days, I'm thinking a lot about how we are struggling with our student using phones, and I'm reflecting on my use of phones. So I'm like on the meetings, I'm constantly also chatting about other important things. And I decided that for myself, for this event, I will not be chatting for anything else. I will be just listening. So I encourage you all for this event to behave like a perfect, like we expect from a perfect student. Not to chat in a different events, not to scroll through the Instagram pages, but just take as much as you can from this experience. And with no further delay, I pass this to our great head of the English department, who is doing her best to educate students here and also to develop the capacity of the students, of the teachers. So Alona Evgeniyevna, Alona Masakova. Yes.
Доброе утро, уважаемые коллеги. Good morning, everyone. I welcome all of you here. И для меня большая честь поприветствовать вас всех на сегодняшнем вебинаре тренинге. Мы рады видеть здесь преподавателей из МУЦА, преподавателей из нашего гуманитарно-технического колледжа, магистрантов, даже наших студентов и, конечно же, учителей школ Кыргызстана. Наша программа «Лингвистика. Английский язык» постоянно стремится внедрять инновационные технологии преподавания английского языка для того, чтобы помочь нашим студентам обладать навыками, которые помогут им для успешного будущего. И сегодняшний семинар отражает эту приверженность, предлагая фокус на интерактивные, инклюзивные методы, а также на важность социально-эмоционального обучения. Мы гордимся тем, что перед нами сегодня выступят наши выдающиеся спикеры, наши тренеры, преподаватели нашей программы «Лингвистика. Английский язык». Это профессор Лэн Тилман, профессор Моника Джан, профессор Лейла Серикова и Анастасия Кушнева, которые поделятся с вами своим богатым опытом, практическими навыками, знаниями, накопленными на нашей программе. И я призываю вас активно участвовать в дискуссии, задавать вопросы и воспользоваться этой уникальной возможностью, чтобы обменяться опытом с коллегами. Надеюсь, этот семинар поможет нам всем расти в нашей преподавательской практике. Еще раз спасибо, что вы присоединились к нам. Желаю всем плодотворного дня. And let me introduce our first trainer, Professor Lance Tillman, PhD, professor of our program, English Linguistics program. He teaches courses such as English, academic writing, composition, IBT TOEFL, public speaking. Welcome.
Hi. Do we need a translator? Because if you don't mind, I'll stay in English instead of Russian, because my Russian is horrible. I'm going to be talking about the 4 characteristics that I find with successful students. Now, before I get started, I should give you some background. We're all teachers, correct? Even if you're a professor, you're a teacher. And we all look for those students that make us proud of them, correct? Yeah. And I'll tell you a story to start with. Why I'm in Kyrgyzstan. In 2005, I've been working at a university in America, and I was bored. I've been teaching the same courses over and over again. Well, what happened was I was on the Chronicle online, on the Chronicle of Higher Education, and I saw an advertisement for American University of Central Asia, and it was in a place called Bishkek. Well, when I was a student, I didn't know that Bishkek existed. It was called Frunze, and it was in a place called Kyrgyzstan, which I learned as Kyrgyzstan. And as soon as I Googled and found out that Bishkek was really Frunze, or vice versa, I applied 20 minutes later. And Norilla Sharshikeva hired me. And I came for 1 year. And in that year, that first year, I had the best students I'd ever had in my life. In America, I was used to having 2, 3 top drawer students in a year. My first years here, I had an entire classroom. Competitive, eager. And from the process, I started asking myself, what makes a good student? Because I saw a comparison. Now, I wasn't working at Harvard, I wasn't working at Oxford or in the great schools. So this thinking began really in the fall of 2006. Oh, how do you, what is this? Oh, next. So I thought I would do a clever phrase to start with. A favorable juncture of circumstances. A point in time. That's where we are. At this juncture where we come together, one made critically by a concurrence of circumstances. Big words, right?
Maybe here we need a translation.
Nimasha. Yeah. What we have is that sometimes things come together at the right time, in the right place, for the right reason. Sometimes things come together at the right time, in the right place, for the right reason. And we hope that that reason is in the faculty-student relationship. That's what teaching is about. It's totally about faculty and the student. It's not about CVs, curriculum vitae. It's not about resumes. It's not about prestige. It's about a moment of teaching. And everyone can change. Every moment of teaching can change. And in the mix of all the things that teaching requires, the one thing that is required most is that the teacher understands what he or she is dealing with. You have to know the quality of your students. You have to. Because you do it all the time. You do it with grades. Grades are horrible assessments of success. But you have to have them. But you assess them in different ways, don't you? Nice person. A pain. Eager. Not eager. Does their work. Doesn't do their work. We have these unstratified qualifications. And in the bottom of it, we have a concept. Now it is popular for faculty to become local parentis, to become in the place of the parents. But that's not the faculty's job. As a matter of fact, if you take and you become a pseudo parent or you become a second parent, you are not doing your job, because your job is to teach. And you can't teach if you have the same kind of relationship psychologically with the children. And there's so much we don't have control over. We can't control what happens to a student when they leave our classroom. Ever. The students, I just made a list. The students have these issues. They don't sleep good hours. They stay up late. So did I. They wake up early to study. Well, I didn't have that problem because I don't know why. But they have long study hours. Study. Study on their cell phones. And they focus on how much work they have to get done. They don't focus on quality. They focus on the machine work of cranking it out. And they all procrastinate, put it off. Every one of them. I promise you they procrastinate. And they do a lot of planning and little work. By planning, I mean sitting there going, I've got to get this done. Yeah, I need to get this done. Right after I watch this movie. They don't take care of themselves. They neglect food. Here, it can mean proper food or whatever. I don't know what healthy eating is. I only know food, dead animals, and blood products. But one of the things that's happened in my career is a dependency on faculty. The students wait to be told what to read, when to read it, how to understand what they read. They depend upon someone else's interpretation. By the time they get to college or university, they should be passed. They should be challenged. I'll explain that in a little bit. And they often blame either the faculty or the program for their own problems. What about the faculty? We have 16 weeks in a semester, now 17, to do what? Magic. You're expected to do magic in 16 weeks. You're expected to take people from zero knowledge to a higher level in just 16 weeks. We have external demands, external to the classroom. There's always something going on at a university, a college, a school. There's always something going on. There's holidays, which students should never have. There's parties and sport things. There's always something competing for your job. And university students, this is our biggest problem. They are a sum total. They are the collection of everything that happened before they come to you. All the way from sighted, kindergarten, to you. They are not like fresh. They are a continuation of everything else. Psychologically, when they get to you, they judge you based upon what? Everything that's happened to them before. And this I call the training versus education dichotomy. This is a current problem everywhere. Basically, I'm going to use this definition, okay? You don't have to agree. If you can go a checklist, it's training. Opens book, reads words. At no time can you determine if they understand the checklist. Education is something else. I'll talk about it later. Gimmicks. Скажите, пожалуйста, gimmicks по-русски? Little tricks that you do in the classroom for attention. I'll talk about that in a different way later. Independent thinking. We have to deal with students that have not learned to be independent thinkers. Is that true? They are dependent thinkers. They are dependent upon someone else to tell them. There are 4 essential things in my estimation, please don't blame someone else. In my estimation, there are 4 things that students need for success. This is not characteristic. These are the groundwork for success. The first is IQ. The IQ required to be successful at college and university is not that high. But IQ is like a computer. It's the processor speed. A higher IQ means you learn faster. That's it. A lower IQ means it takes more time. Okay? And there's historic evidence for this, like the American project called Project 100,000, where they put lower IQ people in the military and it caused problems. Then the next is stress resilience. If students can't handle stress, they cannot be successful, no matter what their characteristics are. You had to deal with stress. I had to deal with stress. To get where you want to go, you have to be able to handle stress, correct? Conscientiousness. Do they do the work? Do they do the work? If students don't work, they can't be successful. No matter who their uncles and fathers and mothers and aunts are. Because doing the work is part of the education. But you also have to have a favorable juncture of circumstances, opportunity. And opportunity. Students can't be successful if they don't have opportunity. And opportunity comes from many things. One is chance. Because you meet the right people, you go to the right school, you make the right friends, your father was born as a king of a country, you know. But there's opportunity you create, students create. You help a student with their opportunity because opportunity comes from them being successful, them accomplishing things. They create the groundwork for opportunity. And now, I need to do a disclaimer. These 4 characteristics are not the only 4 characteristics. They're my opinion. I have some research evidence of my own to back these up. In fact, I have a lot of evidence of my own. But take the ideas, please. Make them your own, figure out what's good for you. Anything I say is just throwing it out there. It's about you. When I say something, it's a moment. It's a favorable juncture in time. Almost every successful student that I've ever encountered could think. Critical thinker. They could reason. They could use logic. They could analyze. They could experiment with other ideas. We call that bright. They have skillful interactions. Now, I'm not talking about on university professor level. I'm talking about on their levels. In other words, they can talk to each other about more than sports. Okay? And almost every one of them, as part of critical thinking, were curious. They wanted to know things. Almost every successful student I ever dealt with was curious. Beyond the classroom, beyond the assignments. And almost every successful student knew how to listen. You ready for this? To listen critically. Listening critically is a skill. All these are skills. And every one of them could think like a critic. Almost every successful student I ever dealt with could think like a critic. Not critically, like a critic, doubting, questioning, anticipating the problems. They question everything. They analyze. They practice almost daily. It was popular in my day at university to meet in the cafeteria or somewhere and to argue over things. You would argue about discussions in class or things. It was true in the Soviet Union. I have many acquaintances in Kyrgyzstan that studied in the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union offered people the opportunity to do just that. In the Soviet Union, unlike Western countries, if you wanted an education, you could get it. But you had to be what? Qualified. You had to do the work. Almost every successful, am I pointing in the right way? Almost every successful student that I met had organizational skills. They were organized. They had some level of self-control, although I've never met a student with total self-control. Okay? Ever. They had motivation. I'm going to talk about that later. They were self-motivated. They didn't wait for the teacher to inspire them. And they managed their time. Time management is a skill. And right now I can tell you that discipline comes from habit. I say that all the time. Discipline comes from habit. Habit does not come from discipline. Would you like an example? It's a simple example. If you teach yourself to read a paragraph every day, it's a habit. Okay? And then the habit will carry you to other habits. You have habits. They all have habits. Do they make their bed? Do they wash their own clothes? Or do they wait for mama to do it for them? It's all about organization. And almost every successful student I've ever seen had a level of responsibility. They had some form of self-responsibility. They understood that they didn't need to be told to read. They understood that they didn't need to be told to sleep, to wash their clothes, to clean off the table after they ate. They were disciplined, and they didn't need external motivation. And it came from practice. They did not wait to be motivated. Many years ago, I was told this, and it holds true today. Writing is mainly just perspiration and desperation. It's working and having to get it done. Inspiration, I don't think it really exists. I think inspiration is a myth. I think perspiration and desperation are the keys to success. Okay? In my own life, desperation has carried me much further than anything else. Because perspiration comes from, I gotta get it done. This will be a short part. Number 3 is what? Stress management. You can teach skills for critical thinking, but you can't teach students to be critical thinkers. And you can teach skills for students to manage their stress. No one can manage their stress successfully 100%. That myth is a myth. But you can teach skills. But the students who are more adaptable handle stress better. There are studies done on this. Go to a place called Organizational Industrial Psychology. They've done some interesting studies on stress management. Also, the cognitive people have done cognitive psychology. Just read a few articles, nothing, you just glance over them in your time, and you'll pick up the idea that adaptability is a self-learned skill. You can teach techniques, but you can't teach them to be adaptable. And certain personalities, you're going to find certain personalities are more adaptable than other personalities. That's where the faculty comes in. Okay? Along with stress management, in my estimation, we teach students to dream, but it's more important to teach them to set goals. You should teach them to dream. You should encourage them to dream. I certainly dream. I dream of a big bowl of Pisa or Minerva every day. But dreaming won't get the job done. Setting goals will get the job done. And that's just nuts and bolts. Basic solutions. As faculty, it might be good to rethink how we teach students to plan. I'm not good at it. I'm basically not good at helping students to plan because I got my life set and I'm old. I'm not going to change. But more than that, teach them to build habits. You can do this in the classroom. I'll discuss it if you wish later. There are small things you can do. It's all about patterns. Seneca, my old friend, You know Seneca, Roman senator? He said, I hope I translated it right, works, not words. Conscientious, do the job. Behind the building of patterns and stress management is the sense of getting the job done. Every successful student I've ever seen worked. They demonstrated effort. They demonstrated that they were willing to work for a grade, willing to work to learn. And the really successful read beyond borders. They read beyond the assignments in the class. They read beyond the suggested reading list. They read. There's a correlation with reading. You cannot think higher than you can read. You cannot write higher than you can read. And you cannot speak higher than you can read. It's not, reading is not the cause, that habit is the cause. Because reading is part of thinking. Writing is how you develop your thinking. Reading is the igniter, the starting the car. I failed that one, didn't I? Okay. Not only do the successful students, not only do they read in scope, they read in depth. And I'm not talking about great depth. I'm not talking about monumental. I'm not talking about never sleeping. I'm talking about they go an extra step. Where are my law people? If you're in law, you read. End of discussion. Have a nice day. And you're right. Yeah. If you want your students to become good writers, tell them to find a lawyer. Because lawyers write briefs. And the briefs have to be succinct and complete. And that's difficult. When I was in one of my education things, I had a friend who was a lawyer who had gone back to get a master's. And I would give my papers to him, and I would say, do your worst. Oh, he did. And every successful student, because of the critical thinking, they look for supporting ideas. Now, most of what I'm saying could be said by anybody, correct? Yeah, it's just general knowledge so far. They use resources. We used to have these buildings, maybe you've heard of them, they were called libraries. It's an old concept, you know, in Babylon and places like that. Where to wrap this up? Back to the faculty-student relationship. Faculty have a major responsibility, very little dignity in the world, right? Football players for Chelsea make millions of quid a year, of pounds a year, right? What do teachers get paid? Mm-hmm. And they drive around in Maseratis. I drive around in right and left. So back a number of years ago, I was reading a guy by the name of Bandura. He likes this concept. He wasn't original with him. It was original with someone else. And it's called self-efficacy. I can't say it like that. Efficacy. And What's self-efficacy? What this is not motivation. Motivation comes first. His idea, Zimmerman's idea, and it all was in contrast to a guy by the name of Skinner and that whole group of behaviorists. Okay? And it's the confidence that you can do it. I'm going to shorten this. You can do it. If you give students confidence that they can do it, they'll do it. Now, some students, if you tell them you can't, they will, but not all students. Because remember I said that students were faculty dependent? Well, if you create faculty dependent students, you can't have this. Now, is this theory correct? I don't know. I've only been reading it about 40 years. But I know this. I and you should never join the theory clubs. You use theories. You don't become one club. Faculty don't have the time to join, like become a behaviorist, or become a existential philosopher. You don't have the time. You work, right? But what you're trying to achieve are students who can actually do what they set out to do. My method is very simple. Either through my own words, or through reading, or film, or even music, I expose the students to the great minds. Would you like to know my primary example? There was a guy, a classmate of mine named Socrates. And Socrates had many students, many. But he had one primary student. Do you know the name? Plato. Plato had many students, but he had one primary student. Who was it? Aristotle. Aristotle had many students, but a man's father named Philip made sure that his son studied under Aristotle. Philip of Macedonia, the Macedonian. His son's name, Alexander. If you want to conquer the world, you don't learn from mediocrity. You have to go to the great minds. And this is a habit, because these texts are often difficult. So you have to teach the students the habit of reading through. And I suggest you consider, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. How do you learn habits? One day at a time. One moment at a time. And how do you learn to challenge yourself? How does a student learn to challenge themselves? How do I learn to challenge myself? One idea at a time. Break your courses you teach and separate them into 3 categories. The level, because you have to know your students, remember? Below level and above level. That's simple. How do you know the level? Like reading. How do you know what's on level for reading? Well, we have Microsoft to help us. If in Microsoft, do you know spell check? If you go to spell check, right? Well, go over to here and go down where you set your settings and go into the setting called proofing, and then click the little radio button that says readability or statistic. So S-T-A, that word. Click it. Then you spell check and grammar check. At the end, Microsoft will have a little window that pops up, and depending on the version of Microsoft you get, it'll tell you this: how many words, how many sentences, how many words per sentence, how many paragraphs, that's on the top. And then depending on the version down below, it'll tell you how many passive sentences, and it will tell you, are you ready for this? The flesh reading ease. How easy it is to read. But it will tell you the flesh Kincaid reading level. The flesh Kincaid reading level. In the old days, we took a calculator. And we took a passage and we counted like syllables and words per sentence and things like this. And then we did some math. Well, it doesn't work. Use Microsoft. It's easier. Okay? So, how would you do it? Let me give you an example. When you start with the semester, you take the first 4 or 5 classes, you give them, and you look at their readability. It's not going to be perfect. You're not going to be able to do a scientific data production. What you're going to do is get a general idea of what level they read on. Right? Or write on. You take that, you do a benchmark. The end of the semester, do basically the same thing. And guess what you've got? You got a small test that will give you, the faculty, an indication of what worked and what did not work. Second thing, any new teachers here? Yeah, new, under 5 years. Okay. This is important. Get yourself a journal, a big one. And every time something fails, you try, write it down. Don't write down your successes, just your failures. I know that goes against the educational mindset, the negative and the positive. That, write down your failures. At the end of 5 years, read your journal, burn it. Now, it's psychological. It's a way of judging yourself. You test the students, you need to learn to test yourself. Okay? And I found that in the difficult reading part, and in the difficult learning part, and by the way, this applies to math, the maths, literature, writing, and I'll explain that in a moment. The classical foundation of education. Where did modern Western education come from? By the way, Soviet education too. Where did it originate? With the Greeks. The Greeks divided. This was true of a time period that was a long time period. That a person was educated to become a virtuous person, to become a better person. You didn't become educated to get a job. You became educated to become virtuous. And they divided the studies. And this is not totally true, because there was a difference between the Lyceum and the Academy, but what happened was they divided into 2 groups, the trivium and the quadrivium. Trivium is a Greek word, it means the 3. The 3. The trivium would be rhetoric, grammar, logic. quadrivium is the four. These are the maths. Arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. Music is math. It's all math. That's all it is. Astronomy is math. I took a course in astrophysics. It was just pure math. Any questions? Any questions? Am I that bad? How many minutes do I have left? What? Okay. I'll throw in an addition since you don't want questions, okay? I taught in the United States and I taught in Kyrgyzstan. I've worked with faculty from almost every continent except Antarctica. And often, you can turn it on. Often, here in Kyrgyzstan, there's an underlying feeling of we're not as good as they are, issue-wise. Having had colleagues from Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge, Bologna, Sorbonne, I can tell you something. That gives me the right to never be impressed with the big schools. Because the only things that matters are what you know and what you can do. Understand? Next thing. The structure of education is mainly administrative. I'm just being honest with you. It's about administration. The classroom needs to be yours. Own your classroom. Own it. Experiment. I've experimented now for years with strange techniques. I call my students lab rats. To their faces. I tested music in the classroom. Music is it's part of the human experience. The rhythm of the music after lunch when they've eaten and they're all, you play faster paced music, it wakes them up. In the morning, you do the same thing. You can use music to slow their heart rate down. Also, in teaching language, music is essential, particularly with pronunciation. If you take the songs from, old songs, do you know Frank Sinatra? Tony Bennett? The old people, that most of them are dead. If you put the lyrics up, what you're looking for is you're looking for the quality, the frequency of the note matching the natural frequency of the word. And then I'll finish with this story and it'll explain it. Many years ago, I took a master's degree in religion, and one of my professors' name was Gob Shea. Gob and his wife had a daughter at that time, 1980 or whatever it was, or 70 something. She was 28. She spoke 4 languages. She spoke her father's Burmese, a dialect of Malaysian, a dialect of Indonesian, and English at the same level. What was she needing? She had missing X syndrome. I don't know what they call it now. They changed the names of all these things. Children born with missing ends, if they live, they're never going to achieve a mental level about a 12-year-old. Okay? In 2006, I'm skipping ahead a lot of experiences, but in 2006, I started teaching at Alta. I had a student who spoke 9 languages fluently, another 6 almost fluently. Was she smarter than everyone else? No, I can tell you, I graded her papers. Music. She could hear what I couldn't hear. How would you notice that opera singers sing in languages they don't know? Because language is a multifaceted acquisition. You have to learn culture, of course, because every language has a culture. Because, and like English has many cultures. You have to learn syntax, vocabulary, what else? Grammar. Freaking grammar. I hate grammar. You know, Russian grammar should be outlawed. Why? But you also have to learn pronunciation. That's why I never grade a student on accent, only pronunciation. Okay? The same thing applies with everything, like writing. You have the basic rules of every writer in the world. And by the way, the most intelligent writer, in my opinion, qualified, was Dostoevsky. Everybody else was intellectually below him. But they all use the same techniques. If you read Jack London, the American writer, or you read Isbin, or you read Bertolt Brecht, the German writer, they all use the same ideas. They write in different languages, they use the same principles. Clear, concise, correct, cohesive, complete. Have a nice day. That's how it's done. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for telling us about 4 characteristics of successful students. Thank you very much. And let me show you the schedule for today. So now we have our next presenter, Monica John, our Fulbright scholar, and who has a master's in applied linguistics and SEL, our professor of cross-cultural communication, sociolinguistics, and you're welcome. Ms. Monica John.
Good morning, everyone. Can we have the slide? Yvonne, did you have a question from earlier? It's okay.
Yeah, we don't have enough time. I'll ask Lance.
Hi, everyone. Like Elena introduced, my name is Monica. I'm really happy to be here with you guys. I see some familiar faces and some new faces today. So the title of today's, of my component is Engaging Activities and Resources. So I wanted to share, okay. Some photos first. There's a game called I Spy, which we play when we were little kids, but I'm actually in all the photos. But the point of showing these photos is that in my years of experience with teaching either international students who study in the US or local American students, or overseas, like some students that I taught in China and Jordan at the bottom left. I found some similar patterns that has been patterns that is just across the board, doesn't matter where they're from and what their background is. And so these patterns is something called grade driven. So students, they, at the end of the day, care about the grade and how to get that grade. But our goal nowadays is also changing as educators, as teachers, because now they can find any information they need online. We're no longer just deliverer of information because they can find that very quickly, within seconds, right, on their phones. So what I've found is that in the classroom and in schools in particular, it's more important that we teach them the soft skills. So what are soft skills? They're skills that you can't really measure with a grade, but it's very important to be successful in the real world. So things like critical thinking, Lance has talked a lot about that today, taking initiative, concern for others, how to have integrity, how to think independently, how to solve problems. How do we do that in the classroom? Because in school, me and Lance were talking about this earlier, it's really a social machine, right? This is where they learn the important soft skills so that they can be more successful in the real world. Not so that they can cram a lot of facts and get a really high mark on an exam, because that's not really going to help them in the real world. And also, it's not to just check off a box and say, hey, I did all the right things, I deserve an A. So the goal for today's activities that I've compiled is to have some teamwork activities built in the classroom, and I hope that these 3 activities that I will share, that you can adapt. So whatever topic or whatever subject you teach, these 3 activities are, first of all, low prep, because you guys are busy people. They don't take a lot of prep work ahead of time, so you don't have to, prepare hours beforehand. They're also adaptable and versatile, so you can take it and then shift it and adapt it to whatever you're doing in your own classrooms and cater them to the topics that are relevant to you. So I'm going to need some volunteers for our 3 activities today. So I didn't warn my friends, but I'm going to pick on those that I know. So I hope you don't mind. This first activity is called the inner outer circle discussion. Have you guys heard of this one before? Yeah? Okay, I see a few nods. So if you have, maybe I'll ask you to be a volunteer. So my first question for you is this. What's the difference between dialogue and debate? Is there a difference? Yeah?
Dialogue is between 2 people's conversation.
Okay.
Debate is it's an opinion in one person.
Okay, so I heard dialogue is conversation, usually between 2, maybe more people. Debate is more like a
Opinion of one person.
okay, you're trying to be right? You're trying to persuade others that your opinion is the better one. Okay, good. What are some other characteristics? Differences between a debate versus a dialogue. Yeah, just shout it out.
In debate, we have 2 opposite points of view, and they must argue with strong facts and arguments just to persuade another side.
Great. So again, persuasive. There's usually 2 opposing sides, and your goal. There's a clear goal in a debate is to win. Right? You want your side to be the better one. Great. What's the goal of a dialogue then? If the goal of a debate is to win, what's the goal of a
Share information.
just to share your opinion and to just communicate in general. So today we're not going to do a debate. If you would like resources on how to plan a structured debate in your classroom, I'm happy to share that. I've also done that in the classroom. It takes a little bit more prep on the teacher's end, but for our goal today, we are going to practice together on building a classroom culture of communicating in dialogue, not to win a debate. So characteristics of dialogue, it's collaborative, just like what many of you guys shared. Your goal is to seek to understand, just to hear what others' thoughts are on the same question. It's to be open-minded and to be okay if someone else has a different opinion than you. That's actually valued, right? Is that, oh, someone thinks a little bit differently from me. Let me try to understand where they're coming from. Versus a debate, it's oppositional, meaning it's I'm right, you're wrong, and I want to win. And how can I listen so that I can point out your flaws, right? So one is open-minded, the other one is more closed-minded. But debates are also good for the classroom, but on another day, maybe on another workshop. So I'm going to give you guys some time to look over the handout, and then I'll talk about the slide. Yes, if you don't mind. Yeah. So can I have 10 volunteers, please, for this, just so we can demonstrate this activity together. Roman? Yes, come on up. Let's see. Don't look away. I'm only calling people that I know the name of. Natalia, Elena, Layla,
Leah,
Audrey,
Leah,
Yvonne, maybe. Leah. Okay,
Marina.
okay. Is it okay if we move the chairs around a little? Okay. Do we need the papers? Yes, everyone gets a paper, please.
I'll move here.
So 5 of you will sit in a circle. The other 5 can sit anywhere you like.
Stand.
I'm sitting here. Yeah, you can sit. No, we have 5 volunteers today. It's always. Yeah. Go, yeah.
Okay, great. So those who are in the circle.
What is the circle?
Where is this?
Come on, teachers. I know you guys know how to make a circle.
Circle. No, it's not a circle.
This is not a circle.
How long does it take for a group of teachers to make a circle? Let's time them.
One person.
One more person.
No.
No, yeah, fine. Yeah, fine.
Of course she ran
Okay,
away.
we're language teachers, we're not math teachers. Okay.
Okay, 5.
Okay, great. Stay. Okay. So just so before we do this demonstration, depending on your classroom and what subject you teach, you can ask the students to create the questions. You can create them yourself beforehand and then give them as homework to prepare their answers, or you can do it spontaneously. That means they don't come with any prep, and you just show the questions one by one. So feel free to adapt this activity based on the needs of your classroom. This is an example for a reading assignment for one of my classes. They were reading a novel called Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury. And I asked them for homework to create level 3 questions. Because you want the questions to be open-ended. That means there is not one correct answer. The goal of this activity is not to see if they know exactly verbatim what the book says. It's to see their thinking, their application of what they've read in the book. So a level 1 question would be, they would still be open-ended, but it would be answers that they can find directly in the text. And you want to avoid that for this type of activity. So a level 1 question would be like, what did the author mean when he says, and then you put a text, a quote from the text. Level 2 question, it leads to more thematic questions. So for Fahrenheit 451, one of the big themes of the book is censorship, right? So you might ask a question about, okay, how is censorship related to this character or the development in this book, right? That would be a level 2 question. It's going a little bit more abstract. Level 3 question, this is really where you want the discussion to be. It's relating to self. It's an application of something that you've read or have learned in the classroom. So maybe, how has your thinking changed since you've read this book or since you've learned about this topic? What are some of the real-world applications that you can think of when you read this book or when you learned about this certain topic that we've been discussing in class? So today, because you came with no prep, these are just questions that I've made that hopefully our teachers can answer very simply. So those who are sitting in the inside circle, your job is to just discuss. You don't have to write anything, but you'll see that everybody else has a checklist, right? You see on the discussion sheet that there is points awarded for certain behaviors. So for the 5 volunteers who are on the outer circle, you are observing. You're going to be given a partner, and you are to observe them during the discussion, and then you're going to get some feedback afterwards on how they did during the group discussion. So when you are in your classroom, depending on how big or small your class is, everybody has a role. So even if these students are the ones discussing, it doesn't mean that everyone else is sitting in the back, scrolling through their phone or just chilling in the back, okay? They also are doing something actively. They're listening. Okay, so for Ajumal, your partner is going to be Elena, Layla, Natalia, Roman, sorry, what's your name? Medina. Leah, your partner is going to be Yvonne, and Elena, your partner is going to be Lance. Okay? So those who are on the outer circle, those who are observing, they're going to write their partner's name, not their own name. Okay. So every time, for example, when Ajumal speaks in the discussion, their partner is going to give a check or an X to mark it. Every time Ajumal looks at the person who is speaking, right? These are, again, soft skills, right? These are things that we should be doing in real life, right? When you are talking with someone, you should be, listening well by nodding your head or making eye contact. If they refer to the text, like let's say that they reference a quote or something that they remember from a lecture that you gave, that is extra bonus points. If they ask a question, let's say Leah says something, but Roman didn't understand, so he asked a follow-up question. That is also a positive thing during the discussion. If they respond to another speaker. So it's not just a discussion that goes person A, person B, person C to D, E, F. It's like a web, right? You want it to be not just you listen and then move on to something else. You're building on each other's ideas. Okay. However, if they interrupt before the speaker finishes, that's a bad thing. We don't want to award that. Or if they engage in a side conversation. Can you imagine? Everybody's watching you do a discussion, and then you're like talking to your friend on the side. We don't want that. And then after the discussion, we always share something positive. So their partner is going to say, I really liked it when Elena did X, Y, Z. Okay, so afterwards, we'll all give feedback and we'll discuss what positive things we saw. Okay, let's try this. So inner circle, are you guys ready? Oh, you look very confused. I don't want to be here. I don't know why you called my name. Okay. So these are the three questions that I just came up with. Let's start with the first question. What is one of the biggest challenges you face as an educator? And I'm gonna, oh, by the way, last thing I'll say. This is student-led discussion. So as the teacher, sometimes you're gonna feel, you might really want to jump in and say something. Please refrain from doing that. Just let the students lead themselves, okay? So once the discussion starts, you step away and let the students lead the discussion. Even if it goes in the wrong direction, a direction that you don't like, let them do it. You are now going to just be silent and just watch them, okay? All right, so I'm gonna have Leah, sorry, actually you're not a teacher yet, are you? Okay, Roman, you're gonna kick us off. Could you please share one of the biggest challenges you face as an educator?
So the biggest challenge I face as an educator is the use of cell phones, but students do not focus on what I'm trying to teach. Instead, they use cell phones.
I know what you're talking about, but you know, sometimes students use cell phones just to learn something or to get ready before they answer. So maybe there is no only one side of why they're using cell phones and learn. There's also some positives about it. What do you think?
However, I think most of the students see and scroll their Instagram pages, and this is so bad. And also, I face difficulties in teaching while teaching them. They just scroll their pages, and it's so bad. But it's okay if they learn something, they learn something, but not always, right?
So it depends on situation. Sometimes students are boring during the lessons, are bored, and then they try to go to social medias to look news or something different videos. But sometimes they do useful things. For example, they search some new information for discussions, or they use dictionaries to see what is translation of the word or definitions. So sometimes the two situations are absolutely different.
So I actually have no own experience in online teaching, so it means that they're actually engaged across their phone, and I've never how to explain that. If they use their phone on the lesson, it's okay for me because they use it for learning.
Because you are so bothered by the situation, what do you personally do when you see that your students are using their phone to chat or to cheat?
Please forbid them to use the phones if they are scrolling TikTok.
So how do you punish them?
Yeah, I do. I just take away their phones, and that's good for me. Because I hate when they use their phones to just take a photo and translate everything. In this way, they don't have anything.
I think we should forbid using cell phones during exams or final exams or midterm exams. But we can't forbid it during our ordinary usual lessons because it's violation of human rights.
They're not human.
Do you agree?
I remember that sometimes my students use mobile phones really to chat with someone, and it depends on what I am. Sometimes I can ignore because I can just come and pretend that I'm looking at them and I'm not satisfied with this behavior. And I think this is natural behavior, and students need to get used to this rule, especially if you create some classroom rules for our students. Just remind them, hey, now I'm explaining why I'm teaching, I'm sharing some really good ideas with you, so can you listen to me? something like this. Yeah, but we need to do this from time to time, and this is a big challenge sometimes. I agree with you, absolutely agree.
If I want my students to be educated, it's better to take away their phones for a while because like nowadays ChatGPT and the translator apps, they are doing their best and in this way they will not have actual abilities. For example, Leah, can you tell me you are as a student, if you use your phone and why do you use it during the class?
During the class, depends on like what class it is. Is it French class, for example, if I don't understand something, and then I just want to just like go board or yeah, for this book.
So it means that you are using your phone in learning process, right? And to just fun. Yeah, okay. So you are the great student.
Well, thank you very much for asking the students' opinion, because we were here talking like teachers, but now if it's a challenge, we should know another side and reasons of the students in this question. Thank you very much. It was so clever of you.
Sometimes I also don't like the situation when students use their phones, especially social medias. And so I found out that it's sometimes good to ask, so what did you read? Can you tell us in English? Or what did you see? Can you explain to us? And sometimes they look at their phones and, oh no, she will ask me again to retell or explain what I've just seen on the screen. And they don't want to use their phones in this situation.
I want to comment your idea. This is so interesting when I see students laughing and looking at their phone. Just maybe you'll tell us, we'll laugh together. This is the basic setting of the teachers.
At least in this situation, students know that we do not ignore things, we somehow react, and they know that it's not a kind of punishment, but they know our feeling about this. We show them as human beings how we feel about it.
The problem is that we do not know exactly what they are doing in their cell phones. They may be using it for education, or they may be just using it for entertainment. We can control it.
Let's make a conclusion. So if it's a challenge, it's good that we are talking about it, and maybe a few following weeks we are going to see and to make a little investigation, like what can we do in order to avoid this somehow, or maybe create a WhatsApp group and share. Yes. Yeah, find some resolution about it.
Oh, thank you so much. That was a great discussion.
Let's now hear from, obviously, because we are short on time, usually we will get through all 3 questions, and usually the students themselves will be the ones initiating, like, okay, let's move on to question 2, and then they continue. But that's okay. I didn't give clear instructions this time. And because these are 5 teachers, they need to make clear conclusion, examples, point evidence analysis. Okay, so let's hear from those on the outer circle now. So depending on how big your class is, you might have like 2 discussion groups going on at the same time, or you might have a group that's like maybe 7. I don't suggest more than 7 people per group, because then it takes a really long time to hear from everyone. But let's hear from those in the outer circle. Something positive only. Okay, so no critical comments yet. Something positive that you heard from your partner. Let's start with Lance.
Elena's my partner. She speaks during the discussion twice. Twice she looked at the person who was speaking. She referred to the idea, and she asked a question.
That's right. That's right. Elena, I really like that you gave a personal example. Like,
when you're in the classroom, you would pick on those students that you see that are not paying attention and be like, hey, Elena, what can you tell me about? And then that keeps them, alert. So that's a really good example that you gave. Yeah. Okay, how about Natalia, for your partner?
My partner is Leila, and she speaks in discussions 6 times. Yes, looks at the person who is speaking 4 times, always refers to the text, asks many questions, yes, responds to other speakers, and my favorite one is about teacher's mood. That depends on teacher's mood. If you are angry or very kind today, yes. And I think that it was very only one problem was in discussion on the cell phones. That's not only one problem.
There's so many other problems.
Yes,
Yeah.
so many other problems
Right.
for teachers. Yes,
Right.
to discuss.
Right, very true. So for students, you can encourage them to, because I think everyone just stuck with the phone idea the whole time, right? So they're encouraged to also say, I agree with the phone problem, but there's another big problem using AI nowadays, right? And then that can transition the conversation to a different topic. Yes, that's a good point. So I also love this activity because you see the students' personalities come out, right? We can see Layla's humor come out during the discussion. She took a leadership role. Did you guys notice that? She kind of guided the discussion along. She said, hey, I want to challenge one of your ideas, right? Or she would say, what do you think, right? So part of the charm of this activity is you'll see that the students those who have a leadership role or those who are really good listeners, right? Those will show up. And these are important soft skills to reinforce too. So great job. Okay, how about Marina?
Okay, my partner is Roman Viktorovich, and he speaks 3 times in the discussion, unfortunately without questions, but he looks at the person like 6 times, and then he also refers to the text, and 2 times he responds to another speaker. And the most I like that he shares his idea, personal opinion about using phones.
Yes.
I asked one question.
Unfair teachers wanted us.
But Roman has some of the most memorable lines during the discussion, right? He said, I cannot take away their phones because it's violating their human rights. Yes, yes. I'll remember that. I'll remember that. Okay, how about Elena?
My partner is Ali Jamal. She was quite active during the discussion, and I really like that. She shared her personal experience, and she was always listening to the person who was speaking. And she was active in asking questions to other speakers and responded to other speakers as well. She never interrupted another speaker and didn't engage in any side conversation.
Yes.
Disappointing.
And I love that Ajmal invited others into the conversation. So when she noticed that Leah is actually not a teacher, she was able to still invite her and bring her into the conversation and share her idea, which is also something that leaders do, right? Is that when they see, okay, maybe Elena she has some ideas, but she's just a little shy. So she can say, hey, Elena, what do you think about it? And inviting others in to join and participate so that not the same 3 or 2 people are dominating the discussion. That's also a really good skill to do in a group discussion like this. Okay, Ivan.
My partner is Leah, and she was a very attentive listener and just couldn't stop marking how many times she looked at the person speaking. So I was surprised that somebody actually didn't look like 10 times. Of the over 10 times. Leah spoke 3 times or 2.5 times during the conversation. 1 time it was just a short response. And mostly Leah spoke as a response to another speaker. And I really liked, well, first of all, she shared about online teaching. her experience, and that's where gadgets play a different role. But and most important thing was sharing students' perspective, and just shared perfect students' perspective and what, yeah. So that's where problems happen.
Thank you so much. And great job on observing so carefully your partners. You even counted how many times they looked at the person. That's really impressive. You guys are great. Thank you so much. Good job. So if you were doing this activity with your own class, this will be the time to switch. So those who are on the outer circle, they would now go to the inner circle, and then those who just did the discussion, they would now be the observer, and then they would do the same thing, but opposite group. So what are some of the skills that are reinforced in this activity that we just did? What soft skills are being reinforced, even though you're not directly teaching it, but you're implying that they should be doing it in a class discussion? Leadership. So things like so being the first one to challenge or ask a question or guiding the discussion without the help of a teacher. Okay. What else? What other soft skills are reinforced? Adapting to the questions and whatever is being shared, and to be able to share your own opinion.
Empathy, because each speaker says like, yes, I agree with you, I understand. If they even have another opinion, they started from giving compliments.
Okay, so being empathetic to see where others are coming from and to hear their own experiences. Maybe they're similar, maybe they're very different. Like Ajma and Roman kind of had different opinions, right? But at least they listened to each other and challenged each other respectfully. Yeah. Other skills, like asking for clarification. Like I heard Ajmal say, what do you mean when you said da 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 da, right? These are also good soft skills. Critical thinking, yes. You're sharing and you have to respond and react to others' opinions quickly, okay? Okay. How about just a simple thing like listening well, right? Yeah, being attentive, because nowadays it's really easy to just listen, but not really listening with your eyes or your head, just listening. Okay, I know we're all hungry, right?
No.
Okay. I do have another activity planned. This one is a really good one that I like to do for review. So for those of you giving midterms soon, or maybe you already gave your midterm, you can save this activity for the final. By the way, I'm happy to share these slides with you, so if you don't need to scramble to take photos, everything today will be shared with you if you like. So this one is called Fishbowl. It's really good for vocabulary and building fluency, but also teamwork. You have to work together, or the students have to work together with others in their group. So it's called Fishbowl because each level gets a little bit more difficult. And usually what I will do is maybe I have a list of vocabulary. So for an English classroom, I might have 14 vocabulary words that they've had to learn and they've had to either read about or write about. And now I want to give students time to practice, to use them in just in their normal conversation. So I would start with fishbowl, and you would just need a bowl like this, or anything that can contain a list of words. And then you would divide the group or your class into different groups, and then they would have to do these different levels to see how many of the words they remember. You can also do this with different topics that you covered in class, or maybe different concepts that you taught. You can adapt this however you like. So I'm going to ask a few of you to, again, be my volunteers for this. You can write a key word that you remember from today's session so far. It could be from Lance's session on the 4 characteristics of successful students, or from what we've talked about today so far. Okay, so just write a key word here and then put it into the fishbowl.
How do you spell pontification?
And I suggest that you fold it this way, so not horizontal but vertically, like this. Okay, yeah. Okay. Thank
I spell pontification.
Elena, one word, not a whole paragraph. That's too difficult to get. That's too difficult.
Language teachers.
Okay, if you didn't get a chance to put in your word, that's okay. So we're going to level up to level 4 eventually, which will get harder and harder, but let's see who's been paying attention to the session. Okay, let's have new volunteers this time to make 2 teams. Let's have our other lovely students, Leah's friend, lovely IR student, is that right? Let's have their, let's have Shakhtar. Let's have, okay, one up. You want to pick a partner? Yeah, partner. Yes.
I need.
Oh, no, you're good, you're good. She's your partner.
Okay.
So if this is my class of 4 students, I would divide them into 2 teams. So let's have our IR team and our, are you guys students? Oh, you're teachers, okay. IR team and teachers team. We're students. You're students. So level 1, everybody gets 1 minute on the timer, and they will have to draw the word and just use whatever other synonyms or other things related to this word to describe it in 1 minute's time. So if Elena, you don't mind, could you be our timer? Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute. Let's have the IR team go first. Who would like to describe and who would like to guess? You will guess, okay. So Shakhtar, you will describe. Okay. Okay. So we have yes. Okay. You can look at your teacher. Yes. 1 minute. Are you ready?
Yes. Every morning you go somewhere where you earn money. Work. Great. You should be. You should do everything with a good faith. You should do everything well on a good quality level. It was very long word from Lance's presentation. Started from I can change
Yes,
this.
yes.
Every time you go to sleep, you can see dream. It was also a new word for me, when some conditions in your life come together. Yes, and they come together. Like new word, I'm not sure that she knows. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Wow, great job, great job. So 1 minute, they were able to guess 2 of the words correctly, and so close. This is the juncture, the word juncture. Yeah, it's really difficult.
New word.
Great job, great job. All right, let's have the students team go next. Okay, again, 1 minute.
Oh, you need this to achieve the success. You do it every time, on time, everything, you plan everything. And if you want to achieve the success, you need to. Kind of, but you're not to be motivated if you have this one. This, yes.
Oh, you're paying attention.
This is like a genre book. Like it's kind of genre of books. It can be non and it's close to action, but not action. It's this word. Okay. Oh, it's like the first word that you guess, like discipline, but you want to try to dominate by yourself, and you are trying to. Can I use this? Control you by you. Yes.
Oh, yes, great time. Wow. You got some hard, difficult words as well. It was self-control. Yes, yes, yes. So team 1 got 2, team 2 almost got 2, but time ran out, so 1. But as you can see, this is really difficult because it's a lot of you guys and there's a lot of difficult words. So for the sake of time, we're going to level up. If this was your all the words, you would have to get through all of them first before you move on to the next level. But let's move on to the next level. I'm putting in all the words again. And this time it's charades. So once they know all the words, they can no longer speak. Now they have to think creatively and do the body action to explain it to their team member. Okay? You guys want to switch or do you want to guess still? Switch. Again, 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Low, growth, steps, equal, students. Yes. Level.
Oh, yes, level. Someone helped you.
I said level.
Oh, you did.
Argue, discipline, or confusion, fear, anxiety, debate, argument, fighting, punishment.
Skip. It was stress. It was my word. Yeah, how would you act out stress?
Like
Layla, you should have come up. Okay.
Point to me.
All right. 1 minute again for charades. Skip.
Stress.
Yes.
It's not fair.
Cheater.
Discipline. Students. Activity. Teachers. Discussion. Arguments. Group mates.
Group message. Teamwork.
Teamwork.
Yeah.
Great. Let's have some teamwork together. Teacher, speaker, event.
Okay.
No. Technique.
Oh, learning techniques.
Teaching. Oh, method of teaching. Sorry.
Okay, method.
I thought it was method of technology. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So again, this is a lot harder, yes, because you have to think about what you can do with your body, but not your words. Level 3, unfortunately, gets even harder. It's password. So just like the password that you have to type in, this one, you can only say one keyword that's related to this word, but it can't be part of the word. So if the word is teamwork, you can't say team, you can't say work. What can you say for teamwork? If you can only say one word. Unity, collaboration.
French literature.
French,
Literature.
that's 2 words, sorry. All right. Switch, okay.
Listen.
Lecture, discussion, debate, learning, lecture class. Music.
What are you listening to? Foremost.
Let's do this.
No connection.
But internet. Arguments, fight,
Independent.
the first one was music. You're thinking about the too deep into the. It's hard. It's hard. Okay, great job. Okay, 1 minute. Degree. Yeah.
Level.
Wow. Just do this first word. Listener. Student? Oh.
I hate geniuses.
Anxiety.
Stress.
Wow. Great. You got stress, you got student, and what was the first one? Level. Very good, very good. They have a special connection. The last level is at the end, you will draw one word out, and actually you would need to invite more than 2 students to do this. So let's pretend that this is all one group now. You guys will be one team, and you're going to line up in a row like this.
Oh, okay.
Like the duck. So the first person will be the only person who sees the keyword. They will have to pass this word down to the very end until the last person, and the last person gets.
Yeah.
But this whole time, they're not talking to each other. They are actually using their body language, right? So 3 actions to convey the meaning of this particular word. So who would like to be the first and who would like to be the last? First. Okay.
Yes, so let's have the others stand this way actually and face the opposite end of the room.
I didn't your first line.
Okay. Can you go down just a little bit? Yes. Great, great, great. So everybody else, please do not turn around until you feel the tap, okay? Until you feel this. No matter what happens, don't turn around. Yes, of course. Change. Hold on. So let me give you some time to think about. You have 3 actions. Okay, so you have 3 different opportunities. You can do up to 3 actions. Let me show everybody else what the word is. Think about it first. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready for this? You got this, I believe.
Now I must show same actions to the next.
Based on what you saw, you can now go to the next person when you're ready. You want to see it again?
And repeat.
Repeat.
Dialogue or debate, conversation.
Very close. Very close. You're very close.
Debate, dialogue, conversation, talking.
About something.
Yes.
Oh, you're telling something, right?
Globally.
You said all the synonyms of this word. Basically, you got it. Yes. There was discussion.
Discussion. Oh, okay.
Great job, ladies. Great job. This is the last activity. We're not going to have time to do this, but I will explain it, and you can do it as another way to review. This is a really good one for vocab or reviewing any concepts. Basically, you just need one simple prop. It's something with different colors. Or if you don't have a ball with different colors, I sometimes use it with Skittles. So you go into the class and you're like, everybody gets a Skittle today, but don't eat it yet. And then you pick one student and then you ask them, what color is your Skittle? They say, oh, it was red. And then they will have to use the antonym. The team will have to, that group will have to use the antonym to describe the word. So based on whatever color it is, they would have to use that word or that topic in a sentence to describe it. If it's orange, they have to use it in a sentence. If it's red, they have to say the opposite of that word. So what would be the opposite of discussion, for example?
Silence. Individual.
Silence. Monologue. Maybe debate, right? Because debate is not a discussion. Taboo. Have you guys heard of taboo? Taboo would be like you have to give them the word, but then they would have 3 words that they can't say. So I would try to describe the word workshop, but I can't use the word seminar, training, or class, for example. So I might say something like, this is where some people might choose to go on a Saturday to learn, right?
On a Saturday morning.
Workshop. Yeah, something like that. That would be taboo. And draw, if it's blue, that means they have to use their artwork to describe the word, or act it out. That one's like charades. So You can use Skittles, you can use a ball with different colors or a dice. You can be creative with this one. Okay? I hope that was helpful. Yes, that's it.
Thank you, Monica. Let's thank our speaker one more time. Now it's time for lunch. 30 minutes break.
Students,
Sorry, hold on.
Теплый или холодный? Теплый. Хорошо. Да, да. Вот на почте. Нет. Паша, какая у вас? SEL? Да. Да, на рабочем столе есть.
Мне как открыть эту? Расписание поставить. Расписание поставить.
Цифровой. Что такое? Что такое сейчас? Делали произошло. Что такое происходит? Я разрешил.
Я копаю. Сейчас, вы видите, кто это? Я так поняла, лучше сюда записать не всех, я думаю, всех буду вовлекать. Я думаю, всех буду вовлекать. Но вы у себя если кого-то
Здесь предельно.
Да, вот так.
Students aren't doing that. They don't get to do it. I know now why they don't like this. Because it's a yes. There's Ramon. Bye. You know, I studied. Don't call it that cringy stuff. Rocky. Where? It's good. Pick up one, spit on it, give it to him. Does anyone Who's the guy she plays? Who's the guy she plays? The dance. I mean, he can dance, he can sing, he can play guitar better than you can imagine. And he's Mr. Girls Love You. Very jealous. He can play guitar, he can dance, and he's really dance. Women in university don't know, oh, I gotta find this smart guy. No, they go, I need to think so. Women are too expensive. No man about 60.
Thank you.
What?
Thank you very much.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, actually, we have 2 more minutes, but so there are 2 reasons why you are here ready to continue our training. The first reason, maybe you are so much interested and I like this idea. Or the second one, you believe that earlier start, earlier finish. The second one, I do not hear this. Come on. Okay. I think I am the luckiest trainer today because after lunch you are so happy. Full of stomach here, and now let's continue to fill your head with some more food for thought. My training is about SEL, the capital framework for implementing SEL. And I think that 2 presenters before me, they actually somehow prepare the audience for me, unconsciously. Thank you very much for this. And now let's continue. Just give me a minute. Alexander, someone. So, first of all, I plan to have activities with you with the whole audience, but now I think let's do it the same way as Monica did. I'm going to invite some people here to show you, to demonstrate one activity. Imagine that this is my first class, or students know some each other somehow, but they had some break in learning, and now this is a session where they see each other after some break. So can I invite, let's say, these people come here and pretend to be my students? This, I need these people. Over here, come here. Okay, can I divide you? You can say, come back to the audience just to see the screen. Okay, now So, my students, I'm going to show you the screen. Just describe me, what do you see? What do you see? Shaking hands, okay. What is? High five. High five, people. Okay. Okay, so we have three minutes, yes. Touching each other with elbows, it was really one of the things that we did during the lockdown periods, yeah? Okay? Okay, good. Unfortunately. Hey, man, come on. We need some men here. Come on. Okay, so actually these are the ways how people greet each other. Now, you haven't seen each other for a long time. Okay, maybe you know each other, maybe you're a new person. Like you need to get acquainted with someone. So think about the way how you're going to greet a person, and during the following 3 minutes, you're going to mingle, change your partners, and greet different people in different ways. If you know each other, for example, Anastasia, hi, hello, how are you? So if you know a person, you're going to have something, have a person or think about another way, how you feel more comfortable about it. Or, for example, oh, hello, my name is Leila. Nice to meet you. And you can get acquainted with this person. So how much time do you have for this? 3 minutes. Can you use the same gesture with all people? No, what does it depend on? Your relationship. Okay? Can we have some music on? Alexander? Can we have some music on? Unexpected. Okay? One. Music. One.
Give what technical information because
Are you going to put on music? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Hello. Hello. I'm Leila. Nice to meet Okay, let me stop you now here. Now, the name of this activity is greeting frenzy. Huh? I want to ask you, how many people give you hugs? One, two. Okay, okay, good. Were there any new people you met? Yes, Anastasia. How many new people did you meet? Guljan. Guljan? Two. Guljan and Nasiba.
we met one time.
One. Okay, one. Okay. What about you, Shaktar? How many people did you meet? New people.
Except three because I have new friends.
Do you remember their names?
No.
Okay, so you enjoyed the process,
Yes.
touching, hugging, shaking hands, but not remembering the names. Who met Shaktar? Like, who get acquainted with Shaktar? Can you raise your hand? Can you tell you? Wow, 4 people. Wow, you're the most active person. So, can you tell your name just to remind each other? Marina, Guljan, Farida, and Maria. Okay. Thank you very much for participating in this activity. You can take your seat. Okay. So actually, now let's talk about the concept of my training, social emotional learning. I want you, all the participants, in groups of 3 or 4, discuss with each other. What do you know about social emotional learning? How do you understand? Can you try to give definition? What is it? Do not use your Google. Do not use your any technology. Just share your experience with your partner's experience. Okay? What do you know about social emotional learning?
People do stuff I don't want. They're taking.
Becoming angry.
Yes.
You have
No.
Under in education.
Social work that you learn cognitive.
Okay, let me stop you here. Thank you for this discussion. Do we have any volunteers to share your opinion about social emotional learning?
Thank you. Anastasia. She volunteered.
Maybe some more volunteers.
We talked about for this list 2 weeks. What is social emotional last?
Okay, I will come to you a little bit later because there is one thing about Anastasia.
I think social emotional learning is first of all self-awareness. It's knowing what kind of feelings and emotions you have. And secondly, it's about self-management. If you feel angry or upset, you know how to deal with it. You can do some exercises, some breath exercises too. And it's not only about yourself, it's also about others. It's about relationship and social awareness too, and critical thinking and responsible decision making.
Wow. Yeah. This is the end of my presentation. But maybe you may have some other volunteers to add or to point or to highlight on something.
Anastasia.
Anastasia.
I have nothing to add. My students already said everything I taught for this. Yeah, I like this shared. Yeah, when we shared that we should ignore this, I disagree, and I think that emotions and society makes us human people, not robots. We're not robots.
Okay, thank you. Okay, people, we all have emotions. We somehow have to use this in the learning, in the education process. Now, I prepared for you this definition. Can you please read it? And together with your partner, highlight the key words. Key words in it. Can you see?
Yes.
Yes, okay. The process.
Yes.
Acquire and apply. Relationship. Attitude. Okay. So I actually have the same keywords here. And as one of our participants said, it's really the process that we need to learn, not only about ourselves, but also about the society. And because of we are teachers, can you tell me, do you in your classes have the situation when you feel that you need to focus more on social emotional learning? Yeah? Okay. Now, I'm going to show you the video, and I hope this video will somehow widen your knowledge about social emotional learning. Okay? One minute.
There's a lot of talk these days about SEL, social emotional learning. But what exactly is it? Social emotional learning is the process of learning social and emotional skills. And it's just as important as learning reading or math. This learning process is most effective when it begins early and continues through high school. Social emotional skills are essential for success in school, work, and life. With SEL, students learn to manage their own emotions and behaviors, have empathy and show care and concern for others, solve problems effectively, make responsible decisions, and maintain healthy relationships. Students learn to recognize what's happening inside them and to be aware of their emotions, which helps them deal with strong emotions and impulsive behaviors. It helps them stop, take a breath, and think about a situation before acting. Students learn to identify others' emotions and perspectives, which helps them empathize and show compassion, no matter who they are or what their background is. It's not difficult to imagine how this is important in the classroom and in life. Students learn to solve problems in peaceful ways and communicate assertively about what they need or want. This helps them get along with other students and get the help they need from adults. When students learn to make responsible decisions about their lives and their future, things can turn out better. Research shows social emotional learning makes a difference. Students who participate in SEL do better academically, have improved attitudes and behaviors, and act in delinquent or disruptive ways less often. In the United States, students with strong social emotional competence are twice as likely to earn a college degree and nearly 50% more likely to graduate from high school and have a full-time job by age 25. Just as important, students who are socially and emotionally competent have more friends. This means they're more likely to feel connected to school and do well, and less likely to be left out or bullied. Simply put, by participating in social emotional learning, students learn the skills to succeed in every facet of school and the rest of their lives.
Okay. Now, actually, there is a question for you. Dear teachers, and I want you to focus on yourself, on your experience, and answer the question. Why do you think social emotional learning is important for EFL teachers? Can you provide some reasons in your mini groups why social emotional learning is important for English teachers, for EFL teachers? A few reasons.
So that you don't
Not French, but
Okay, so I have my list of reasons why it's important for EFL teachers. But you're welcome to add some more your ideas, okay? So first of my reasons, this is students do better academically. I certainly believe that learning process is effective when we feel comfortable. And as teachers, we also have to try to create an environment where students feel comfortable. Comfortable also has some degree, some level, right? So for me, comfortable, this is when my students are not afraid to ask questions. When my students know what they're doing and why they're doing it. And every lesson, as a teacher, if I think about the things before my lesson while planning it, I'm more confident in what I'm doing, and I feel also comfortable about it. The teacher feels comfortable, and I hope the students feel the same. Maybe they need more time for this, but it really helps. The second reason that I put here, this is students behave better. There are different reasons why students behave badly. But anyway, if we try to understand the reason and take responsibility as teachers, what we do in order to help our students feel better, we can somehow come to agreement on both sides. And maybe there is no one correct answer why this happened, but I'm sure that every student who asks this question from time to time is able to find the answer, and it depends on different reasons. The next one is students have more friends and feel more connected to school. Learning process is a part of our life, and this is not separate from our life. It's a part of our life. So learning is effective when students have really needs to communicate. That's the reason why they learn English. That's why as English teachers we should somehow use this factor in our learning process, in our teaching process. One more reason I have here for you is that students learn to succeed at school and in life. And this is more about the relation between school life, the learning process, and authentic, big world life. Everything that we do this here in the learning process is to help our students to be ready for big world life. And when students see this and they see the reasons why they learn English, I think that they are ready to do all the activities we ask them to do, and they become more motivated. Now, do you have any other reasons to add to this list? Thank you. I think you had a very long lunch. And now your stomach stops your sleep process, maybe. Okay, now maybe we need one more activity to wake you up. Okay? Fist to fight. Can you see there is a picture? Yeah. So if I take my fist and show one, what does it say? I know the material, but I don't understand everything. Yeah. I have some ideas, but I don't understand everything. What's this? I need to go. Yeah, I need to clarify some more moments. Yeah, it's better than one, but still, there are some points I need to clarify. This one, I can explain some points. I have ideas about most of points, but I need still some clarification and some confirmation of some of the ideas. 4? Okay, and 5? I can understand that. Today we have this workshop for you. Let's reflect on it. So the first question I have, I'm going to show this not maybe to everyone, but in your mini groups to feel more comfortable. Okay? So the first question is, how is your day going so far? Show to each other your feelings with your fist. If you are interested in each other's fingers, with the fist, let's say, you can explain, you can ask questions. Why? Just to interest each other or to explain the reasons. Okay, the next question. How are you feeling today? Okay. A few seconds to talk to each other, clarify. If you have some questions. Okay, what is your level of understanding about the aim of this training, of this workshop? Reflect to each other. Okay, let's move on. What is your level of understanding about the way we are going to work during this workshop? Okay, actually, I see not all of you shows this, and this is really good because this helps us to be still here to share with you some more knowledge we have. Because you have two more presenters. Me and one more presenter. That's why it's good that you are here today and you spend your Saturday with us. Okay, now one more, the last question. What is your level of understanding about the concept of SEL? What's your level of understanding? Okay. Oh, I see a few people who show like this. And this is only the beginning of my training. Sorry, I'm not going to say you goodbye. You're going to stay with us still. No. So thank you for those people who show something like this. So it means that you need to learn something more. So next we are going to talk about 5 castle components. And I'm going to show you. First, can you try to explain in your groups to your partners what does castle stand for? What does it stand for? Okay, maybe I will collect some more ideas. Anything from your group? Sorry, let's listen to each other. Collaboration between teachers. Okay, collaboration between teacher and student in social emotional learning. What about the same?
And they mean social emotional learning.
Okay, actually, I've got their.
Spoilers, it's fine.
Okay, so actually, yeah, when we talk about CASTLE, it means that collaborative academic, social and emotional learning. This is an organization that somehow promotes SEL programs to be implemented at schools and to create the relationship between teachers, between students and parents. So as you know here, we can say this is a good example when we see the learning process is a part of our life. And it can be separate from what we do in our real life. So if I demonstrate, visualize it, I found this kind of, let's say, picture that shows 5 components. And the names of this we heard from one of our participants: self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision making, relationship skills, and social awareness. Can I ask you now, together in your groups, try to give a definition, just in short, for each of these SEL components and provide some examples from your experience. Maybe about your classroom or just about your experience from your own way how you've learned. Okay, let's start our open class discussion about self-awareness. Any volunteers to explain using this component? Yes, please. Tell your name.
Yes, social or self-awareness is like when you are aware of your emotions and like you know why are you feeling these emotions. For example, if you are stressed out, you know why are you stressed out?
When we have emotions, how do we demonstrate it?
What do you mean?
We demonstrate our emotions doing some actions, yes, and this is kind of actually our behavior, yes? So we should understand not only our emotions, but also how they...
Yes, how our body reacts to these emotions.
Okay, can you provide some examples?
For example, when a student is like stressed out because of the exams, he feels like anxiety. He knows why is this happening, like why he's anxious, and that's all.
Yes, Gurjan, that's right. I have the same definition, and actually I have the same example even. I noticed that some of you are really ready for this session. You prepared some papers. Thanks for some trainers, I think the teachers, okay, but anyway, I hope that sharing opinions, sharing your knowledge is kind of helping you to understand more about this. So what about self-management? Any volunteers? Yes, please.
Self-management is a control yourself, myself, between each student, each other.
So actually, self, it means not actually responding to others, but mostly I have a control. You're controlling your own, right? Your own feelings.
Control yourself, your opinion, your emotions, and your
body. So let's continue with this example. You feel, for example, nervous before the exam. Can you provide an example how you manage your feelings, your emotions? What do you do? Breathe. Before the presentation, before the exam, when you feel very excited, like very worried, about stressed about something, what do you do to help yourself to manage emotions?
For example, I need.
I, for example, have a good sleep before exam.
Now I can.
This helps me. What do you do?
I want to read a book.
Okay, something that you like. Or maybe listen to your favorite music. This also helps you somehow control the emotions, because you know that this is the way how you feel, and sometimes our emotions are not always positive. We need to manage them. We need to control them. Yes? Thank you, Isabel. I have the same definition here. Thank you very much. Let's talk about social awareness. Now we understand everything about ourselves. We know how to control. What about social awareness? Your name?
And social awareness is like also self-awareness. We can understand ourselves and we can understand emotions of others. Like how do they feel, how we feel.
Why is it important to know about other people's emotions?
I think not to be selfish, like we can understand and we will have some empathy for them also. And how do they feel? Is it comfortable for them?
So to be not alone.
Yeah.
To be not alone.
Yeah.
Because when
To have a connection.
Yeah, to have a connection. Now, what example can you give? For example, you know that you feel nervous and Aizada, for example, feels nervous. You know what does she do? Like, so she reads lots of books just to be ready for exam. What about you? You know about this? How can you use this?
I help to her also and help to myself. I will talk with her, like said, it's okay, I also feel anxious. And
how you will know about your emotions? What will you do in order to learn about yours?
I will
be aware of her.
I will understand it by her body language and
so you
can
behavior,
like observing some of her emotions and then we'll guide her.
Okay, good. And actually here we started talking about building relationship skills when we start talking to each other and somehow maintain this relationship between each other. Now, let's talk about responsible decision making. You both understand what kind of emotions you have, you know how to control it, you're aware about each other's emotions. So, what to do? This is our next component in Castle, responsible decision making. When you are able to make a good decision out of the situation. This is the ability when you make a constructive decision. You make a choice that will help you to overcome this situation, this challenge, let's say. All these are 5 components of Castle. Now, I'm going to test you. Welcome, teachers, to my test. Actually, we had 2 activities. Do you remember their names? Greeting, and Feast to 5. Can you please discuss with your partner? Think about these 2 activities. Think about 5 components of SEL. And which of them do they relate to? Compare your ideas with your partner.
Because it was the first visit to I think that's I feel anxious because it's easy for my husband and she can understand that it's not
Okay, let me stop here. So, greeting friendly. What Castle component does it relate to? Social awareness and relationship skills. Okay, why? Can you explain?
Because students each other greeting each other and hug each other and they high five to each other and it's maybe to be close.
To be close. To feel more comfortable. Because it was really important for me as a trainer to create here a friendly atmosphere because I was trying to do this in order to make you all feel comfortable to share your opinion. Because the most important resource for my presentation is your experience. Okay, what about Feast to 5?
Self-awareness.
Self-awareness? Why? Social awareness. So when you talked about Feast to 5, actually we I know that some of these activities, they relate to more than one component, but the primary component in phase 2.5 was self-awareness, because you first of all answer these questions about yourself, and then you react to each other, yeah, experience. So that's why grit intelligence, this is social awareness and relationship skills component, and phase 2.5, this is self-awareness. Now, let's continue our test. We've got here three components, three critical components. We have two more. Which? Decision making and self-management. Do you think we need some more activities for this? Yes. Yes. Okay, good. So more activities. Now, let's do it in this way. I'm going to first to show. Do you know what's this? Okay. Now, I'm going to invite this group of people here to be my students. Sorry, okay, you can join me. You can join me. Come here. All of you, all these people, come here.
All these people.
Okay. Now, I have 10 people here. Okay, now I want you to organize yourself in an alphabetic order. According to your name, the first letter of your name. So you're going to ask each other quickly the names and organize yourself in an alphabetic order. Hey, in English. Okay, let's check. Let's check.
So my name is Izad.
Change. Aizada.
Albina.
Albina. Right? No. Albina. Yes, Albina. Elnura. Yes? Judith? What do you think about this? Name change. Jubier, Judith. Okay. Julia. Okay, Julia. Julia. It's Y. Okay. Thank you. Now let's change it. Now I want you to organize yourself according to your surname. So let's go to your surname. Okay, in English. Speak with me. Speak English. Julia, come on.
My group is elastic.
Come in. Let people ask you questions. Okay, now I'm not going to check on the line, but I will ask some people. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, good job. Now, can you organize yourself according to the number of sisters you have? So what's the question you're going to ask each other? How many sisters do you have? Okay, so?
I have 4.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's see. So, the beginning is how many sisters do you have? Is it good? How do you feel about it?
I'm okay, but I always wanted to have a sister.
I understand you. Okay. What about you?
Four
sisters. Are you happy about it?
Why? Because I have like not only sister but friend.
You tell secrets.
Yeah.
You have a shoulder.
And a lot of nephews.
Okay, a lot of nephews. Okay. Okay. The last one. There's order. There's order. Month. Let's talk about the month. Yeah. Thursday. Okay, let's quickly check it. Let's check it out this way. November.
November 11th.
November 17th.
27th of July.
July. November, July. Wow, 15th of June.
7th of June.
Wow, June, the 7th of June. 3 people in
22nd of April.
April.
Yeah.
Me too, April.
12th of April.
April.
18th of March.
Okay. March. March.
28th of January.
Okay, so where's my place? The 5th of April.
April.
Here? Where?
Which date?
The 5th. Remember us. Okay. Now, this is the end of the activity, but I have one more activity for you. Okay. And the name of the activity is wheel activity. So you can see here two wheels, inner circle and outer circle. Let me invite these people. These people. Okay, but before you come here, remember the letter I give you. A, B, A, B, B, A, B. All students A come here and stay back to each other in a circle. Back to each other. Back to each other. In a circle. Oh, 6, yeah, 6 people. Oh, what a circle you have. Okay, Lisa, join. A little bit closer here. Closer here, just have some more space. Okay, students B, come here and stay face to one of these people. So one person has one participant, one partner. Okay. Now, I'm going to give you a scenario. The first scenario is the topic that you're going to discuss, different ideas in a group project. So, your group is working on a science project. One member in a circle wants to create a poster, while another out circle student wants to make a video. There is a disagreement on which format to choose. You're going to role play and discuss the pros and cons of each idea, and then come to a consensus of the best format of the project. You have 3 minutes to discuss. So, inner circle, you want to create a poster. Out circle, make a video. Discuss the pros, advantages, and disadvantages of each of these ideas. So, start.
Anyway, biology.
Okay, now can I ask, who may provided more advantages? Who provided more advantages in your peer group, in your discussion? Can you raise a hand? Making a poster or making a video? Making a video. Here, making a video, poster, video. Equally. Okay. Okay. Now, out circle students. One step left. One step left. Say hello to your new partner. Another scenario. Sharing responsibilities at home. Again, we have here scenario, and you have a task for all day. Again, how much time do you have? 3 minutes. And you're going to do this a few times with your partner every time. Okay? Now, thank you for participating. Let's pretend here and stop. Thank you very much. Take a seat. Now, I have a question. If you are an English teacher who's going to use this activity, can you tell me how to create this scenario? Where take ideas from? Internet. Okay, internet, Google. I have technology. Okay, what a ChatGPT? Okay, but we talk about social emotions learning, where you need to know about your partners, your environment, thoughts, ideas. So maybe better to use. Yeah, this is one of the ways. Not a bad one, but if you want to focus on your students, I think it's better to ask your students to make a list of topics they want to discuss. And when your students see the reason why to participate in this kind of activities, they will probably learn not only about how to use English, but also how to solve problems in real life, about some situations they have in real life. Okay, so we finished with these two activities. What were the names of this? The first one was alphabetic order. Yeah, organizing yourself and yeah, real activities. Okay. Sorry, there are some more. That is I have for you. Now, can you again the same find which SEL components do these activities relate to? A few minutes together with your partner. Okay, so organizing yourself, this is social awareness, relationship skills. Okay, as I mentioned before, one activity can involve more than one component. But what is the primary SEL competence is about? Organize yourself. Self-management. Because you try to manage, yes, to organize, to arrange yourself according to different criteria. What about real activity? Decision making, because we talked about different outside situations, and students had the task to find the solution. Okay, good, thank you. Actually, now I have to sum up here and want to say thank you very much for participating in this activity. While choosing these activities for you and sharing with my experience, I wanted you just be aware of like every lesson we can focus on social emotional learning. On what level, it's up to you. What activity to choose, again, it's up to you. You are the best professionals to answer these questions because you know your students better than other schools. But anyway, thank you for participating here and sharing your experience and opinion about this topic. Thank you.
What kind of classes is this about?
You can use these activities for English, math. Oh, you can actually, yeah, it was a good question, thank you, Lance. Actually, we can use these activities according to what subject you're teaching, just making some differences. Yes, any subject can be involved in these activities. Okay, or any more questions you have? The last chance? Okay, you lost your chance now. The next presenter, Anastasia.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Anastasia. I'm an English teacher and I work with humanities and technical college. And I'm very glad to see all of you here. I see many familiar faces. Yeah, we saw. Honestly, I'm sorry, Guja. I forgot your name. Okay, so my topic is inclusive classroom, and I hope I will give you some new insight that you can use with your students in your classroom. Okay, thank you very much. So, today we are going to talk about what inclusion is, and inclusion in the classroom. Again, about its importance, learners at risk of exclusion, characteristics of an inclusive teacher, and some strategies for inclusion in the classroom. Okay, before start getting the definition what is inclusion, I would like you to think about yourself. Think of a time when you felt excluded. Do you understand what I mean excluded? Not included, but excluded. And answer this question. What were you thinking? How did you feel? And how did you behave? First, like 20 seconds to reflect, yeah? And 20 seconds to share with your partner. Does everybody has a partner? Yeah. No. Who doesn't? Wonderful. Okay. One more time, you need to think about your own experience and then talk to your partner. So let's start.
I just want to go home as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing. And it sounds that it was very, how to say, happy moment in your life. I heard a lot of laughing. That's strange. Who can share experience? One person who was excluded. Let me choose. Who didn't spoke?
Hi everyone. I just remember how I was not ready for the lesson. I was really ashamed. I was feeling like a hiding. Then I take self-management for myself that I will be ready for the lesson.
But how did you feel?
I feel shame. I feel really bad in front of the students.
How did you behave?
I behave myself like a simple, like to hiding, like that I'm not showing that I'm not ready. Yes.
Thank Thank you, thank you. Yeah, this is a good example, but let's talk about some experience when you were in the community, but you were excluded. You can share? She said. Okay. Oh, never. You came to a new group and you immediately dive in, communicate effectively with others.
Maybe some group works, maybe class, and there are no one who I know, and I feel embarrassing, like an outsider.
Yeah, and how did you behave? Did you stand behind, silent, or you try to participate actively?
Yeah, I try to participate with them and see. I started to meet them with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wanted to get to know others,
Yes.
right? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think everybody has some similar experience, right? Okay, thank you. Remember these feelings, these thoughts, and let's go to the next one. Now let's talk about experience when you were included. The same question, what were you thinking? How did you feel and how did you behave? Again, let's say 20 seconds to think, 20 seconds to share. Think about some activity, event, holiday, group work.
You always divide us by cards, so that's a great idea. Yes, yeah, I will also use this feature. One's like best friends, and one what does the community
Okay, let's discuss together. And I see that the whole group are listening to one person. Can you share, please?
What were I think? I think very confident.
First of all, tell about the situation. Okay, tell about the situation.
In my class, when I use more activities with the pupils, I feel myself very energy, I get vibes from pupils. I see yourself very confident. And second question.
Yeah, how do you behave?
I behave comfortable.
So it is comfortable and you participate actively, right?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you very much for your sharings. Okay. Now let's talk what is inclusion. I think you have some kind of ideas. Inclusion refers to the practice of ensuring that all students, regardless of their backgrounds, abilities, identities, have equal access to learning opportunities and are valued members of the classroom community. Okay, let's focus on some keywords. What do you think? What are the keywords in this definition? Background.
community identity.
Sorry? Identities. So actually, all regardless of their backgrounds, right? Identities. Equal. And all the students. Okay. Yes, and have equal access to learning opportunities. Yeah, I want you to keep this in mind that you should involve all students, and everybody has should have equal access to learning opportunities in your classroom. Now let's show an example with the help of this picture. Look at this picture and say, what's the problem is here in this picture?
Inequality.
Inequality. Okay, what do you mean by inequality?
They don't have the same opportunities.
Right, but what do they want to do? What do they want to do? Yeah, they want to watch the match, right? They want to watch the match, but we see the problem that not all of them have the same opportunities. And this problem that not everybody has the same opportunities, the problem is solved in 3 different ways. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. What about number 1? How the problem is solved?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No, it's equal.
Right. So everybody is given equal amount of support, right? Equal. But is the problem solved?
No.
Some of them, of course, can see the match, but not all. Even if you give equal support, not everybody is involved. What about the second picture?
In appropriate way.
According to
Due to each taking account their background, their
right, you should take into account their hate, right? Their hate, and those who are smaller, they are given more support. Those who are higher, they don't get any. Okay, and let's look at the third picture. How the problem is solved?
Everybody has their own levels. Like they have level according to their ability, according to the peculiarities they have.
Okay, they have different levels, but how the problem is solved?
There is no barrier. No limits.
No limits. But before there was a fence, wooden fence that prevented some people to see the match, right? From seeing the match. But in the third picture, the fence was just removed. So the third picture actually shows the concept of inclusion. How? In the first 2 pictures, we believe that the problem is in students' hate. And we behave and support them equally regarding their hate. The third picture, there is a belief that the problem is not in students' hate. The problem is, yes, the fence, in the communication, interaction between the person and context, right? And once these barriers is removed, there is no problem. So the first one, we said it is equal support, but it doesn't solve the problem always, all the time. The second, do you know what we call this approach when everybody gets different amount of support? Sorry? Okay. What about approach? The name of approach. It is called differentiated approach. When some students get more attention, some less. When you adapt some text according to their levels, or adapt some activities, differentiated approach. Right. What I want to say that the problem is not in our students. The problem is in this interaction between with the context. Yeah, and all these barriers should be removed in our classroom. But what about these barriers? What do we consider barriers in the classroom? Language. Barrier. Oh, okay, but in just English classroom. Language actually, it's kind of, yeah, outcome we should achieve, yeah? We said about, do you remember definition? Regardless their background, identities, their needs, levels. So what are the barriers? Barriers. Fence. What is the fence in our classroom?
they are making mistakes.
Okay. Yeah, some people have difficulty to speak, right? Some people They have different levels of English. Some people are extroverts, some are introverts. Okay, right. Some are shy. Okay, yeah. And why does inclusion matters? What do you think? Why we should take into account inclusion in our classroom?
In order to overcome the problems that we face.
Okay, but what our goal as a teacher is?
Students comfortable.
To make students comfortable. To make students comfortable. Okay, but the initial goal of our role as an English teacher.
To teach the students English.
To teach. Okay. Yes, our role is to teach them, and they need to communicate as a result, right? All students should communicate, and therefore we need to take this inclusion into account in every classroom, and because it promotes equity and fairness, enhance learning for all students, builds a sense of belonging to a community, encourage personal growth, their growth, improves academic outcomes, prepare students for real-world diversity, and once you start learning about inclusivity, you will grow as a teacher. Okay, so now let's talk about the learners who are at risk of exclusion. Now I give you 1 minute. Please talk together with your groups, make big groups, and think about 5 groups of people or 5 groups of students may be excluded from the classroom. Let's provide an example. For example, let's say students with some disabilities. Why they can't be excluded?
Why can
Yes.
they be excluded?
Right.
Because of society's attitude, and sometimes students they're just didn't get used to see such people.
Right. And some students just avoid working with them, right? And they exit. Okay, good example. Now think about 5 more groups of students may be excluded. Let's give you 40 seconds. Okay, yeah, I know 5 groups, a lot, 1 minute.
In the college, remember our first when only few students can speak public first, and all of the others speak Russian, and we just like exclude them because we can understand them and they can understand us. So society just they were you know, 40 seconds and 1 minute.
So what they want you to say is, students who have
She was a girl, but actually she looks like a boy. She was excluded because she just looked like a boy, but actually, in fact, she is a girl. Yeah, and by this she was excluded. Yeah, from college, from the year.
Okay. Now let's discuss together. Do you have 5 groups of students in your list?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now let's compare your list with mine. Yes. Okay. Why do you think girls can be excluded? What are some beliefs about girls?
Yeah.
Boys right. In our big group, when there are majority is the girls, yeah, boys can be excluded too. So yeah, it depends on our classroom.
Right, girls slash boys.
Okay, but I just wanted to provide some examples why girls can be excluded. Gender discrimination. Yeah, girls are weaker. Yeah. Okay. No, I'm talking about some stereotypes. Okay, now please compare your list with mine and say maybe I forgot something to include into my list. And let's discuss something that you don't understand or you disagree with. Okay?
Racial minorities.
Yes, yes, I didn't include this. Yeah, you're right. Something else that is not included? Yes.
Lazy students.
Not everyone lazy students. Okay. But please don't like, why are they lazy? Yeah, this is just this time they can be lazy, next time they can be hardworking.
No, they're maybe like
No, they're always lazy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I try to match with some of this, but I can't. Yeah. Sometimes we should deal, not sometimes, all the time we should deal with lazy students too. I hope this also will help to deal with them effectively. Okay, something else to add? And yes.
So students who are younger,
Right.
for example, freshmen.
Yes, exactly. For example, when first year students goes to the group of second year students, yeah, he also may feel excluded, right? Okay, something else? Any questions? Any clarification you need? Okay. Okay, so if no clarification needed, I will just go through. And now let's go back to this list again and think about your students. How many such students do you have in your group? How many groups you can measure? I have learners with depression, with anxiety. I have some gifted learners or talented learners that feel bored in the classroom. Yeah. What about you? How many do you have in your class? One? Nothing? Zero? Okay, show me the number, please, with your like fist to 5. Yes, sorry, I forgot about those who are not teachers. Think about your group when you study. Okay? Think about your group mates. How many groups of learners are there? Like 0, 1, 2, 5. Can you show me the number? 2, 5, 2. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you see, almost everybody faced with some difficulties in the classroom. Yeah, we should learn how to deal with them. And yes, now let's do following. Again, you're thinking about your students or your group mates who you study with. And answer the question. The answer can be only yes or no. If it is yes, you remain sitting. If it is no, you stand up. Okay? I read the question, you sit down if the answer is yes. And you stand up if the answer is no. Okay, let's try. Do students all learn the same speed? Yes. It means no. Okay.
No down or no up?
No up.
No.
Yes.
Thank you. Sit down. Are they all learn the same stages of physical and emotional development? And all at the same stage, the same age, the same. No. Okay. Do they all all prefer to learn in the same way?
No.
Yes.
What is the idea?
Okay. Are some better at some things than others? Okay. Do all have the same ability to sit and concentrate?
No.
Are their social skills all equally developed?
No.
Do they all adapt equally well to change?
No.
Do they all have similar interests and hobbies?
No.
No. Thank you very much. If the answer is no, what does it mean? Almost all questions are no. What does it mean?
People are different.
Sorry?
People are different. Yeah.
Right. All people are different. Maybe 1-2 years ago, I thought that inclusion is something only about, have you heard about neurotypical, neurodivergent students? Students with some stress issues like HDH, I don't remember what about, yes. Okay, autism, something like this, that their behavior should be corrected, I thought. But now we face that inclusion is not only about this. Inclusion is the reality. We should face with this, we should not should answer. We faced with a problem already. Okay. And now look at this list and think. Think what are the characteristics positive, what are negative. Can you read? Come on, encourage, do you see well?
We can't see. That's right.
You can't see. Should we read?
Yes.
Okay. Being able to concentrate intensively on a specific topic. Think creatively. Focusing on details. Having very good skills in math, music, and/or art. Having strong long-term memory. Being very honest. Having high energy. Being very observant. And being good at problem solving. Are these characteristics positive or negative? So, would you like to have such student in your group, in your class?
Never.
Never. I wonder what kind of student would you like to have?
We have no choice. We get what we get.
Okay. So, what about others? Do you agree with me, Mr. Timon? Are they positive or negative? Positive, right? Would you like to have such students in the classroom?
Of course.
Yes.
You
But
always have.
you don't have?
I do.
Okay. So, probably, I want to ask you to read this. All these characteristics refer to such people who we call neurodivergent. Neurodivergent, it means that people are different. And in Soviet Union, there were specific classes where we should send such students to study separately from other typical ones. But, these characteristics are good ones. So, it means that you should know your students well. You should find out their strengths and weaknesses and know how to handle these weaknesses and how to use their strengths to make your class effective. Okay, now let's talk about characteristics of an inclusive teacher. What do you think? Are you inclusive teachers? Oh, yes. Okay, raise your hand if you think you're an exclusive teacher. Raise your hand. Great, super. Yeah, this concept is not new. I really like that there are many hands, and you believe that you're exclusive teacher, and we can maybe broaden this concept, and you will learn something more. I hope. Now you're going to watch and listen to Susan Douglas. She's a UK expert on inclusion. She's talking about what makes an inclusive teacher. And I want you to listen or to watch and make notes about these questions or these points, about beliefs about their learners, about their values, about beliefs about themselves, like as the teachers, things inclusive teachers do when things go wrong, and encouraging learners to respect diversity. So, what should we do right now? And make notes, right? Okay, let's start.
Hello, I'm Susie Douglas, and I'm going to talk to you about what makes an inclusive teacher. I will talk about two key themes: an inclusive teacher's beliefs and the way they put these beliefs into action. Firstly, let's explore three beliefs that inclusive teachers share. Number one, inclusive teachers believe that every child has the right to and can learn, and that therefore every child is worth teaching. In school, as an inclusive teacher, you would take no notice of a colleague who might tell you that a particular child is unteachable, or that it's a waste of time for you to try to help them learn. Number two, inclusive teachers also believe in particular values, which can be thought of as roots that underpin how they think schools and classrooms should work as communities. Some common inclusive values include collaboration, cooperation, participation, affirming diversity, trust, honesty, respect, thoughtfulness, compassion, empathy, creativity, perseverance, and hope. That's not a full list, and there'll be others that you can think of to add to it. Number three, inclusive teachers share certain beliefs in themselves as teachers. An inclusive teacher believes that they are able to teach and that they can make a positive difference with every child. So if a learner is struggling, an inclusive teacher thinks about this as a problem with teaching and learning, not as a problem with the learner. A second key part of what makes an inclusive teacher is that they think about how to put their beliefs into action in their classroom and around school, and they just do it. The most important part of putting these beliefs into action is making sure you really get to know your learners. An inclusive teacher will be genuinely interested in their learners and will show this by listening to them, asking them questions, observing them in action, reading any notes about them, respecting their home language and their experiences of language learning, and noticing their characteristics, both what they are already good at and what needs attention. Of course, things won't always go brilliantly in the classroom. That's just the nature of being human and accepting that we are all lifelong learners. When this happens, an inclusive teacher will remember that inclusion is a step-by-step journey. They will reflect on what happened, talk to learners, and make a plan about how to do things differently next time. They forgive their own mistakes, learn from them, and keep persevering. Finally, as well as putting beliefs into action themselves, an inclusive teacher will model inclusive values for their learners. For example, if you want your learners to work together collaboratively, you need to show that you can collaborate with them. If you want them to respect and affirm diversity, you need to look for ways that you can show this through your teaching and your conversations with them. Another effective way to model values is through the ways you talk and work with your colleagues. Your learners see this all the time and they don't miss a thing. The next time a colleague visits your classroom, even if only for a few minutes, keep this idea of modelling in your mind. To summarise, inclusive teachers believe A, that all children can learn and are worth teaching, B, that they can make a difference to every child, and C, that inclusive behaviours come from inclusive values. Inclusive teachers think about and put into action ways of showing and modelling these beliefs and behaviours every day in classrooms and schools. And to end, here is my top tip. Get to know your learners. Notice what they can do and start from here, aiming high for all of them. Above all, keep persevering.
Okay, now I would like to give you 1 minute to discuss these questions. Yeah, remember you needed to make notes about these points. Now talk to your partner, discuss, and then we'll discuss together. 1 minute. Okay, now I see big groups. I want to go from 1 to 1. And the first group, can you tell about beliefs? Inclusive teachers' beliefs about their learners. According to
Primary belief is that there should be no boundaries or borders between the faculty and the students and each other.
Okay, what else? What are some beliefs?
Like it's always the same. That's why teachers make a difference with their students, and they think that every child has a right to learn. And also, their inclusive behavior comes from an inclusive mindset.
Thank you very much. Now, what about their values?
We have to value the children in the world of good, and we discovered that we have respect to be, we have to collaborate, and to be honest with the students.
Thank you very much. Now, what about their beliefs about themselves as a teacher? Before we said beliefs about students, yeah, and values. What about beliefs about themselves? Yes. What kind of? Yeah, what do they believe in? Who can answer? Yeah. They believe in themselves, right? That they can do this.
Yeah, but sometimes, for example, in several classes where I'm teaching, there are some students that even don't know about their some special things, and sometimes it's the reason that they believe themselves in a good way. That I can do it. About the students. Oh, teachers.
The main belief is that
All students are can. Yes.
what about themselves? That they should all teachers should be expert in inclusivity. No. Yeah, we are all inclusive teachers. They need some preparation. Thank you. Thank you very much. And what about things inclusive teachers do when things go wrong? We've heard on the first lecture.
I remember that they told we should admit our mistakes and learn from them. So because something bad happened and it's a shame for us, but something that we can improve later.
Absolutely. Yeah, our classes are not perfect, and we should learn from our mistakes. We should write down them, as Mr. Tillman said, reflect on them, and then make some changes. And the last one, encouraging learners to respect diversity. What did she say?
The teacher should be a model for their students. They should show that they respect their colleagues, for example, and learners will just see it and learn how to respect each other.
Right, absolutely. Thank you. Okay. So, thank you very much for active listening and watching. Well, it's not the end. One more thing. So now let's one more summarize some points according to Susan Douglas. What about the first one? Inclusive teachers believe all children should attend the same classes, and they also believe that all children can learn. Is it true or false? True. They think the classroom is like a community. False? True or false? True. Okay. The key values are perseverance and hope. True. Right. A lot of. This is not the end. What are they? Thank you. Yeah, a lot. Yeah, actually, yes, they are right that this is false because well, not only two, but there are a lot. And the last one, inclusive teachers believe that when a learner is finding it more difficult than other classmates to learn, as a teacher, they need to adjust their way of teaching. True or false?
Yes, true.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Okay. And now let's look at this quote. Get to know your learners. Notice what they can do and start from here. Aiming high for all of them. Above all, keep, I can't pronounce this.
Perseverance.
Yes, perseverance. Yeah, what does it mean? Do you know?
Perseverance, to keep on keeping it.
Yes, never give up. Continue doing, even if you have some fails. Yeah, don't give up. Continue. How to say? Applying these techniques in your classroom. Yeah, what do you think about this quote? What does it mean? What does it mean? Aim high.
Big goal.
Huh?
Have a big goal.
Yes, to set the higher goals, yeah, higher expectations. Have you ever heard about, I think many of students who studied college and university know about Pygmalion effect. Have you heard about Pygmalion effect? What does it mean? Who can explain? Who knows? Tatjana Nikolaevna, this is your favorite place.
I'm trying to read very quickly and try to understand, but I like the picture. It means that anyone, teacher and the student, should believe in themselves and try to be higher and to go in life in this way, like climbing the mountain, man, not like in a line. It is not for our university and not for life should be very difficult. Then it is okay. Then it means that you are improving everywhere. And might be, I'm not sure about Pygmalion What does that mean?
It's from the play. It's from the Broadway play. Pigwilliams from the Broadway play, where the professor makes a bet with another professor. They take a street girl and they turn her into a well-spoken development speaker.
Yeah, and professor, they decided to make a lady from common girl to make a beautiful lady of a royal blood. So it means that the professors, they set high expectations for them, and they believe in this. And this lady common girl achieve this result, high expectations. So if you set high goals in your classrooms, and if you believe in your students, you will say, oh, you can do this. You are great. Your students will succeed. If you say, oh, this is very difficult, well, let's adapt somehow. Let's give you not this level, but lower level. So students won't believe in themselves, and they won't achieve these results. This is the Pygmalion effect. And the last point I want to focus is some strategies. What strategies we can use in our EFL classrooms? Now, again, group work. Talk to your partner. Think about activities, strategies, techniques, approaches you do with your students in your classroom.
Let's call
I see many teachers have something to share, right? Everybody use some techniques. Maybe someone who can share. Everybody, okay, who can share? Who would like to share techniques?
I would just give an assignment to each student. For example, when I was teaching world literature class, we studied divine comedy by Dante. I divided into several poems, and I assigned one poem to each student. So there were like 12 students, and first 12 parts, and I assigned each part to each student separately, and then he recounted. So he told the contents. So the contents about what happened in this part. So about characters. So
So you split the task among learners?
Yes.
Okay. That everybody has his own role, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Someone else? No. Please.
I think that teachers should just give more group tasks and maybe pair tasks. I usually did so, like I usually divided my class into small groups, and I set the task, and they just did everything themselves. Like they have their roles, they did everything.
Yeah, that's great, that I do. Thank you very much. Yeah, when we divide into groups, if we are talking to the whole class, only one student can talk at a time. But if we divide them into groups, everybody participates, right? Someone else? What else? Some unique techniques?
In my experience, I think it was yesterday, I made like a group work as well, and there were like three groups, and I divided them like very simply for like first, second, third, first, second, third, and I think it was favorable juncture of circumstances. And in the first group, there were only like low level of students, and they were already like lose their motivation. They was like, oh my God, we're going to lose anyway. And they were already upset about that. And I helped them a little bit. I said that I gave them some motivation, and after the lesson, they took the first place. And they were very happy, and they think that now maybe I'm bad at math, but maybe I can be good in English. I gave them a little bit of motivation, and I think that will be like exclusive for the students.
Yeah, usually what, sorry, can I reflect? Usually what do we do? We divide them, like mix the levels, yeah? But sometimes we need to give, what about if we're mixing levels? There are some students who take the leader position, those who know English better, those who, okay, who has more leadership skills, yeah, they speak more. But these learners who has lower level, they tend to be quiet. But if you set them into groups like according to their levels, you will see how their like identities. What is it? Yeah, you discover a lot about them. That some of them are also leaders. Some of them are also good. Maybe not in English, but man, thank you. Good idea.
Well, I didn't discuss in the group, but I want to share two examples, and I hope it fits the idea. So one, because of the academic freedom in our university, well, first of all, I teach not FL, but I teach English for IT students. So because of academic freedom in our university, we were able to exempt students with higher level of English from some classes. So my class is like 4 credits. So we split it. 2 credits everybody comes, and 2 credits are only for those who have higher English. They may not visit those classes. And the second class is focused. I mean, they can. We're not taking away from them, but they can also just pass the exam and have it in their final grade as A. But those who don't pass the exam, they spend a lot of time with learning union and get some more classes to bring their level higher. That's one technique. And the second one is using ChatGPT to adapt the text. So I have the same text, and then I just go through ChatGPT, and I know students who have better level, and they get more complicated version, and lower level, they get basic English version. But in my case, it's about IT, so the main ideas are the same. Like, let's say, talk about what is hard drive. Hard drive, and they get the same idea, but the language, because of ChatGPT, it's now easy. A couple years ago, it took me a lot of time to make this. Now it's a couple seconds, and it makes the same text to the level of the student.
Thank you for sharing. I like the first idea. Do you remember we have the category about talented, gifted students, and sometimes they feel bored because we usually try to teach, to adapt our language, our text for like average student or lower level students. But these students, gifted students, talented or this higher level, they tend to be bored in the classroom, yeah, and they are excluded. So this is a good way to separate, to give them more credits or less credits. Okay, thank you. And there are some more ideas, maybe. First of all, you are teachers and you should use the board. We know about different learning styles, and some students learn well just from listening. Some students learn well when they see something, so we need to appeal to all these sense, to write down, to say this, to ask them to repeat. So use the board. Monitor the noise level. What does it mean? It means that Some students find it difficult to concentrate. Yeah, when it is noisy. So you should monitor this, especially when you have these activities when students need to work hard on the test or some independent works. Then handing out books or equipment. Yeah, students need books. I don't like this idea to use all the time mobile, so you need to prepare something to touch, to write down, to see. Yeah, moving classroom furniture for different activities. Yeah, it is very difficult to make peer work, group work, yeah, to move like a circle, or now when it is tested. This case, taking the register and checking attendance, yeah, this is very, very important for teachers. That you should always, even if you name the student according to the list, who is absent, who is here, it plays a big role. Setting up equipment, no explanation needed, I think. Noticing and helping learners who need support. Yeah, you need to get to know your learners. You need to see who needs support. You need to ask. Do you remember this piece to 5? Just to ask your students, how well did they understand? If everybody shows 5, but 2 students like 3 or 2, just come to them and help them to understand. And organizing wall displays. So put some information on the wall. Their pictures, their pictures, their posters, some information about irregular verbs or some grammar. Yeah? Okay. Actually, this is the explanation. And there are some more strategies. You should use differentiated approach, as Ivan mentioned. Yeah, adapt the text, for example, level of difficulty. Yeah, you should foster a cultural responsive environment. You should, what to say, respect everybody's values, everybody's language, everybody's culture, religion. Provide clear expectation and structure. Sometimes it is very difficult to understand what teacher wants from me. Yeah, everybody start working. What is going on? What should I do? Yeah, you should give the clear instructions. This technique, think, pair, share. Always give some time to think before talking. Some students can speak immediately, right now, but many students need to think. Making a classroom contract. Do you know what is it? At the beginning of semester, you can sign a contract with the classroom rules. And always you can hear them. You see, classroom rule, okay? Yeah. And giving extra time for fast finishes. Some even books, they have finished section. If some students finish faster, they go and do some interesting activities. Yeah? So it means that they are not excluded. They are not like sitting, relaxing somehow. Okay, and now my question first. Is it easy to be inclusive teacher? No. But is it possible? Yes. Yes. So I want you all to be exclusive teachers. I wish you good luck with your students. I wish you all success. Thank you very much. And your questions? Any questions? Questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for your active participation, for your enthusiasm. And you really made this day very productive. Special thanks to our speakers today. And before we proceed to the certificate ceremony, I would like to recognize the mentors that work with our students, наши наставники, наших практикантов. I would like to recognize the most active mentors, and these are the English teachers from Christian School Akbatan. Приставкин Евгений Владимирович, Samoilova Galina Юрьевна. Unfortunately, they were not able to come due to some personal issues. And 2 more teachers, English teachers from the school gymnasium number 1. Nasiba Yusufjanovna, is this? Thank you. And your colleague, Matmusarova Firuza Anvarovna.
On behalf of our university, thank you very much for working with our students, for teaching, for inspiring them. Thank you for your expertise and your hard work. You help to develop professional skills in our students. Thank you very much. All right, and the certification ceremony, right? First of all, let me say special thanks to our speakers, Professor Len Tillman. Thank you. Monica, please. Thank you. Leila. Anastasia. Okay, and now the participants. Jillis Ahmed, sorry. Maybe we will not take a separate picture, just a group photo at the end, not to waste time. Yes? Okay, Razia Azapulova. Aytunuk Arzapulova. Aytunuk Arzapulova. Sharafat Asadbek Kızı. Gulnur Asadbekova. Aida Baykuloeva. Jibek Botlaeva. Роман Бальбаков. Юлия Васенко. Джумабек Кызынурсулу. Айзат Джумабекова. Татьяна Дубина. Елена Дурова. Марьям Джумабаева. Мадина Кадырова. Айгерия Курсантова. Алена Максанова. Thank you. Фарида Маяева. Игорь Миясаров. Марина Моисеева. Эльза Молдомандирова. Насиба Булатова. Наталья Рузиева. Алина Рустамбекова. Айденек Задыбакасова. Индира Толкиева. Чурека Забалтиева. Альбина Саветбекова. Шахдар Салимов. Женишкуль Султан Газыков. Гульжан Романбекова. Лия Талинка. Марина Царицына. Сабина Шерифеева. Айнура Эгельбердиева. Айзада Элиман Кызова. Рашида Юсупова. Айджамал Абдулдаева. Ильнура Алиева. I think that's all. Anybody else who hasn't got the certificate? Now, it's a moment for the group photos. Please come here. Let's take a moment. Maybe we will take a
So let's go outside on the stairs, like in front of the universe. It would be easier to like to get such a big room.
Our special thanks to our volunteers and IT guys.